Good morning. Unmute that. So we still might have some noise in the background. I tried to wait until most of the whatever they're doing was kind of taken care of, so hopefully no more drilling at least. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hello to everyone else. Also, even in 1,000 years, this video won't have a billion views. I wish, but more Ace Attorney fans. 1, 2, we need more Ace Attorney fans that learn about this channel. Okay, so I know I just did this Friday, but I kind of forgot where we were. Were we doing, was it witness testimony? Oh yeah, those 3, including a dude named Sandwich, who we know is named Beppo. Oh, he's calling the redheads from earlier in the case that we met. Or Gina. Is never a bad thing. All right. There you are, Odo. What kept you, my dear fellow? Trial? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. Sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before. It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I. Possibly more shocked than both of you. Not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. Yeah. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Oh, this is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation. Perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zeeks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. That scent masked the underlying sense of deception, I suppose. The 2 criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze! And it wasn't me what took him in! Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. Going to be that pair on the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly 4-pound income. Oh, Tom, with the same brush as used, Sholmes, not Holmes. That would be a problem. Yes, well. And there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What are you really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. As usual. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. So what is it he is hoping to make me see? I wonder. This does seem to be some anti-redheaded propaganda. Get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Mr. Sato? Yes! Let's go! God, just seeing 2nd November is already making me chilly. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Baron Van Zieks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi. My lord? Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. They are their own bad propaganda. Oh, CJ. Welcome to the Dean's List. Appreciate that upgrade. Just for you. Just for you. I'll eat one of these really bad gummies. Oh! Oh! Oh God, that's so bad! Oh, I see. You actually upgraded to... Graduate. Any pointers when starting a YouTube channel? Oh. Yes. Why are these different? Oh, these are different. One's more blue than the other. Alright, this is only... I'm only doing it because it's for you, DJ. Is that... Okay, this one isn't as bad as the other one. I don't know what that other blue is supposed to be. The darker blue is less of a problem, though. Or at least it helps offset the orange a little bit. I don't know what that first one was. Oh my God. And I have 2 of those left. Oh. Yeah, those are worms. Oh God, that's terrible. So like I was saying, I do have one big piece of advice that I want to focus on, because, you know, there's all the, like, you have to have good, you know, you have to make content that people want to see. You're probably going to start off lackluster because everybody does, because you're trying to find your groove, trying to find your comfort level. That's all, I feel like that's all obvious stuff. Everybody can get content out. How do you get people to watch? One big thing that helped me early on, and by early on, I mean it was actually Can I help you? Can I help you? What do you need? What do you need? I don't know what you need. Also get a dog. People love dogs. Anyway, our channel is up for 2.5 years before it started actually getting any attention. It's around the time we started streaming, but it wasn't necessarily because we started streaming as opposed to making video content. What happened is that I started to get acquainted with other creators, and we started rating each other and stuff like that to help build our base. That was the number one thing to help our channel get out of that initial, like, roadblock. Now, once you get to a certain point, it doesn't become as necessary, though you still want to keep it up, and I've actually been really bad at this recently. Ever since the time shift, I just have done none of that sort of networking stuff, and I already know people that stream during the day. But I've been so bad at that just because I've been so focused on getting other stuff done. But that's a big thing that you'll hear mentioned, but I don't think it's emphasized enough just how important it is. Because just being able to, like, get exposure, essentially free exposure you wouldn't otherwise get through people like that, that'll really help growth. Well, yeah, spend 150 grand on a law tuition and then play Ace Attorney games. That actually didn't start helping out the channel until later. But it was definitely a factor in making other people, like, interested in my channel. One of the problems with networking that I've run into recently, though, is that I've basically hit the edge. And this seems impossible, but, like, consider networking to be the universe. There is a limit to our observable universe, though, versus what actually exists. There might be something past observable universe, but we don't really know, because we can only see what we can see. And I've hit, like, the edge of that in my network, in that there isn't really anybody new, so, like, a lot of the rating and stuff wouldn't be super helpful for anybody because it's a lot of the same people. So what I have to do is kind of get out of that observable universe pocket that I'm in right now and find new creators to be able to share their content and vice versa. The universe is not a circle, it's a... I actually don't know how you describe it. Is it a circle? Actually, it might be a circle. Is it a circle? Well, I'm glad, Lynn, because a lot of people don't like the taking the time thing. Sphere. Sphere. That's what I was thinking of. I mean, I guess that is a 3D circle. Oh, I was eating the worms because of CJ's upgrade in his membership. And that's the thing. Once you start, because you won't show up in recommendeds for a while. That's just the way it is, because YouTube's not going to start pushing your content until it thinks your content is worth pushing. So you have to initially you have to show YouTube that your content's worth pushing. And that's why being able to develop that base on your own initially is so important. Then, as your base starts growing, then you'll start being added to recommendeds. And then your net can get, you know, tossed out even further. One other thing that really helps me, now this will be specific to whatever you decide to do. But I always love seeing a new Ace Attorney video involving a lawyer get really big, like a small one, like a short or something like that. This happened with that one called Updated Autopsy Report that got like a few million views. Everyone else like me that does stuff like this is going to benefit from that, because we're all going to start showing up in that video's recommendeds. Yeah, see? DJ, I know a few other people have said that that's the exact video they found me from too. Well, and you should do what you enjoy first, just so that's going to help you get most comfortable. And that's how you will best be able to present yourself. I think it's Attorney Tom. I've only ever seen the one short, though, so I don't know if there's more. You know, and that's really funny, Devin, because The Simpsons made that joke, and I'm not sure they realized that there was an actual theory around that at the time. When Homer's talking to Stephen Hawking, and Stephen Hawking's like, that's very interesting, Homer. Your theory of a donut-shaped universe is intriguing. I may have to steal it. And I heard later, like, oh no, that could actually be a thing. And I'm like, how did The Simpsons do it? How did The Simpsons fucking do it? What? What do you need? She is aggressively, like... What? What do you need? You wanna say hi? Say hi to everybody? Say hi to everybody. Oh, God. It's not that she doesn't need to be pet. I don't know why she's so... Well, I know. I just don't want to get up. But it appears for a smoother rest of stream, I will have to do this real quick. Alright, we need to go out. Edit. Body. Alright, sorry for the early break, but I'll be right back. I gotta try taking her out. I think that's what her issue is. Okay. All right. Back. Oh my God. Hold on. Okay, no more interruptions. Maybe. I was just gonna say, that's one reason I started doing more reactions. 'Cause I guess I didn't realize how much people... I know people like reactions, but I sort of thought it was more of just people will care how I think about this. People will care about how I react to things. Like, from the creator standpoint, as opposed to something that people, like, are actually looking for. But then I slowly came to realize that, no, people just want to see various reactions. It's a good time for them. Oh, okay. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabien de Rousseau. Rousseau? Is that it? Rousseau? Or is it Rousseau? A descendant of the great the Rousseau family from Night. It's not nice, right? I've actually never known how to pronounce this town's name. Nice. Nice, France. My name is Peppino de Rossi. I'm the third son of the great family de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school in for European nobility. Those who graduate from Zemsky are the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Alors, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little gray cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do, huh? So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the petty plans. This strange combination is of the charm of the hilarious brothers. Oh. 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 I had to stop and reread that one. Because I was like, no. Like, my brain was like, nah.
Si capo.
Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you.
Eh, c'è? Are you about to tell me about one of your grand anecdotes? Si viva!
Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we're not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business.
Gibello! There it is! The capo's trump guard, the furrowed brow! It is deep, Capo? The furrow and the meaning of your words!
Court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui? C'est ça? C'est ça?
C'est ça? C'est ça?
One of those is probably right. What exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Hello? I will explain it.
No, Capo! And leave it to me! As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi fountain. We are so stoked! One day he will have to respect us redheads! Every night he would bury his head in a pillow.
C'est bien, Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London.
Yes, we saw that notice.
It was this one, I believe. Titled to the Red-Headed League. Bruh, let him fucking give his testimony. Oui, c'est ça. C'est ça. I'm honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings.
And we money to France! It was a plan most elegant, no?
No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick.
Park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a Costa's orange barrow.
And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face to face with every single person present that day.
Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See. And now, every time I see the Capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach.
Anyway, why have we been summoned here today?
Sorry?
The date for our trial is not until tomorrow, I was told. Weird noise. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. And break it when we see fit. Oh, mon ami. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day.
But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Capel?
No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park.
Allora! His victim has nothing to do with us! Want the bone, just take the damn bone. Bring around with it.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Even he knows, well, this is a lie right away. Oui, I am quite certain we did not interview this man.
Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise.
Must be noted that you have been arrested for grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances.
Oofa! Oof! With this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh?
He's really sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover.
Oh, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh?
That is ridiculous. No question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Good luck with that.
Ah, yes, my lord. Normally, yes, because the issue is that in the U.S., you have the right you have the right to not self-incriminate, and depending on what would be going on here with this testimony, they could be self-incriminating themselves for their case. So, if they had attorneys worth a damn, they would say, sure, but this needs to be resolved first. Or their trial needs to be resolved first. Especially if you can attempt to establish facts in the other trial that could lead to contradictions within this line of questioning. Yo, what's up, JB?
We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day.
I don't recall them. Oh, yeah.
I've read all this. Alright, let's take a look at the evidence really quick.
You are a redhead! No, they can't. Well, okay, it's interesting because they're innocent until proven guilty, right? So like, just because they were arrested doesn't necessarily lend any credence to their credibility, one way or another. But given that they just admitted what they did on the stand, which... Don't do that in this situation.
But I guess they're just more worried about getting out of a larger crime at this point. Okay.
Hold it!
1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. See, if Naruto had said that, I'd just be sitting there in the witness stand like, are you gonna ask me a question, or are you just making a general statement? This is quite a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital.
See, the capo here, he has the magnetismo animale. Nobody else could attract so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo.
All those people wanted was their money pepino, their £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? That we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings.
We take their names and we take their money. And we take their addresses as well. Then I tell them we take some days to let them know by a post. Infinito. Maybe 2 minutes. 2 minutai? Minutai? How would you pronounce that? All right, later, Sonny.
Oh. Are you done? Oh, I was wondering what you did. I thought she just discovered that my stealth thing was on a little roller, and she thought it was the most fascinating thing ever, but no, her phone went underneath. Have it. Minuti? Minuti?
To minuti, a person.
I'm trying to give them a more youthful sound, though.
We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night.
I mean, that's literally how this dude is talking. So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? It's a small fortune. Oh, we have 1,000 times the 5 shillings. 5,000 shillings. But back then, that's significantly more money, isn't it? No, that's more money than that. Actually, I don't know. Watching through mobile data. I appreciate your mobile data watching. Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. Data Amir versus Wi-Fi Amir.
Hold it!
$34,000. Yeah, that's not an insignificant amount of money. Doesn't look at all familiar.
Did I fucking stutter? No, I don't think so. And this is a wig, He was trying to trick us.
Well, that's rich.
I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people. Except for me.
Says the con artists. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. I'd say that's...
No, senor. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing.
Should have just left it as at that.
My opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
Not going to give the court a definite, it seems. What? He gave him a very definite. He said no. I don't remember seeing him.
Hey, Capel, you didn't see a man like this, huh? Hold it!
Marginally less intelligent. Your number seems to be 10 times less than Dog's number. Given that he said it's a small fortune, I'd be more inclined to think Dog's number is probably correct. Though I have no idea what calculators you guys are using. But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Yours is in US dollars. His is in British pounds. They wouldn't be that much different. Let's just say 34,000 British pounds would not be 3,000 USD. That's not how that conversion rate works. Yeah. In fact, pounds are generally worth more. Hey. Focus. 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 Hey. Hey. Focus. Focus. Stop. Nothing for you to bark at. No. 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 She looked at me like, aren't you coming with? No. Oh, whatever you are parking at, I don't care. Well, that's true. Lives are burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present?
Normally the red head is very distinctive, But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe then we could recall.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with the red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten. Cosmo said he had only been shown that photograph and they'd been told nothing else at all. What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim, for example? I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I told you the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? You remember a man that was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon.
Oh, the spaghetti, me! I love the spaghetti!
Of course you do. Really? I had no idea. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino.
See ya, Capo, see ya! I say it again and again! Hold it!
See, his name wouldn't...
These other two don't make sense, because if he's working undercover, then both of these would be false.
But what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph, a detective? Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Oh! No detective came to the park, I am certain of that.
Excuse me!
Holy shit, this kid's stupid for saying something here. Or man, I don't know, very short man.
Something to add, Mr. DeRossi? JC, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
Ah, what did he just say? About the detective?
Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already.
But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard.
Okay, so there's a couple face palming things here. First of all, that, right? Where if you're Rousseau, like, motherfucker. But also, what is Gregson doing undercover, not being undercover? Low cost undercover. He put a wig on and that's it. That's his undercover. Everything about him's the same, apparently. Honestly, Gregson, because he put himself in danger by revealing information he didn't need to reveal. Yeah, it is similar to Skulkins, yeah. Although, I legit think this dude's innocent of, like, anything other than extortion. I think this guy's, like, probably had nothing to do with the murder, or he is just one gigantic idiot. He was undercover because it was okay. Okay. What? Good lord. Order, order, order! You'd think people of the judiciary wouldn't be so rambunctious in the gallery. Explain this volte face. Wait, volte face? Good luck, Tom. We support you in your lawful endeavors. I'm starting law school today, everybody. Let's give him those positive vibes. He needs to push through law school and become a lawyer. Well, CJ, I expect more from you than I do from Max. Did it work, CJ? I didn't hear it go off, but you did spell it, right?
Congratulations!
Oh, it's because I don't have... Right, hold on. It is good luck. CJ spelled it right. No, it's my bad. I never called her in.
Congratulations!
There we go. Wow. We've been live for offline. It's actually really interesting how far the bot will go back. Like if you activate it later. It actually goes back a good minute. Explain this volte-face explain this volte-face fact in Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness.
It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that
There was no such man.
But what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten,
I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this comes a park.
Basta, Capo, basta! You beat me at the many things, but not to the memory of the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster.
But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection!
Double fist pound. Drop down. The damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. Yep, you are rightly fucked. It is great tech support music. There is a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because to start with, his face is completely different.
See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was a clean shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof.
See, the Capo here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh?
But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. It would be incredibly stupid.
That makes more sense, because I didn't think Gregson could possibly be that dumb.
Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity?
Clearly the papers were fake. Certo, Capo. You are a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? Game recognize a game.
And what happened after he announced that he was a detective?
It became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park.
It was fantastic.
It was fantastical. And look, here is the identification.
So you stole it from the man?
He had it coming. He made us very scared.
He had it coming. He gave us a bit of a fright.
But he was not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believed it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, this is really over the top. Ain't it?
But I like them.
Now, let us return to the witness's testimony. Let's take a look at this photograph. Warrant card?
How would he know?
It's Tobias Gregson.
Wait, what? Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? The department identification number details are all correct as well.
When have you known those?
Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. That's unbelievable. It's the real thing.
Objection.
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. It's not a good enough argument to not have it examined. Like, sure, you might think that, but that is a piss poor argument if you're trying to avoid having it examined.
That is the boss's! No question about it!
It can't be. As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation, but wasn't incognito. Like, it had to have been stolen, right? Like, they specifically said it didn't look like him, and I kind of believe them.
Order! Well, if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If we lose summit, report it at once, he'd say.
Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it?
Physically, what are you saying?
Unable to? You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No. I like Cosmo's animations. He's really no. Super anime of him. It's awesome. Order. It's Van Zieks is more like is more in line with what we've seen before. In the games, it's a little more understated. He's just like, what? Like, you can see yourself facepalming to something like that. Or like when Edgeworth would go like, he'd be like kind of taken aback, but not like a ton. Cosmo fucking goes back in like a fucking unsheathing stance. Order. The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered, at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
I don't want nothing! I did nothing!
Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu! You can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no?
I wish I had to return to Italia!
Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, I... Lummy, stop your whining and start talking. Well, I believe...
I know nothing!
Got interrupted. But you will tell everything or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud. I just love how taken aback he was, just like, oh, wow, he's still going. You know, CJ, I was thinking about timing you out just for that, just for his comment. But I was like, nah, that'd be a dick move. They were crying out loud. No, in fact, I will not. Since you have paid me today, you get immunity from me being an asshole to you. That's how that works. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Wow! Alright, see you later, Tom. Good luck. Holy shit! How did we go from I didn't see him that Zeno to oh, we kidnapped him and took him to our hideout! Jesus! Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day. Wait, what? Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case.
We took the man's identification from him and shot him into the room next to ours.
There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And the next morning we let him go. God, I'm conflating the two accents now.
He spent the night in a nice room. It was nothing like prison, really.
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man?
But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. He was a very comfortable and a calm and a happy. Smile. See? Like the smile face on me. Hi, Capo.
It was never part of my plan. God. It was never part of my plan, I swear it.
Oh, so you think it wasn't my fault, eh? It's because I got the day to the ferry wrong. By 1 little a day.
I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. I know it.
No, per favor, capo. It is not fair.
You should have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. Ugh, I don't believe this. How could he have been a little detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
The day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in his Paris hideout.
Bless. This calls for a little more information, don't you think?
Hold it!
Dude, do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me. I never intended for that to happen. I'm sure the detective did not intend it either.
Do you think?
But there was nothing else I could do.
See, nothing else. This wasn't the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits.
I've told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind.
What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. Rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here.
Impulsive idea, I would say.
No, not impulsive. Inspired, eh, capo?
What am I supposed to do to say to that, huh, Peppino?
And it was the house, and it was in the house described that you can find Inspector Gregson, was it?
But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector.
Doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
No, you're right, but we couldn't be completely certain.
Bless. Over a year ago at this point. I think. Yo, it's a fun days. It's been a while ago. Yeah, over a year ago, because the investigation games came in between that too.
Hold it!
Too scared? Why?
Because, Eddie comes as a park, we didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan.
If that wasn't the case, he would go straight to the police station and blow out the whistle on us. Even if he was just evading to be an inspector, he was up to no good, huh? Without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good. Well, see, you may be right, Capo.
The point is, we are not able to escape from England immediately. That is why I had no choice but to take the man prisoner.
What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I asked myself the same question.
We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people. We took 5 shillings from that day. I've forgotten what name he said, but the address startled me.
CC, address Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said.
What? He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification.
What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say? See, we did!
Hold it!
That being this identification book here, correct? See, that is the one.
What made you believe that it was a forgery?
I never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking it must be false. Hi, Capo.
Oui, it's just as Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine.
And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive.
All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle?
Bo, it was nothing. Just a minor incident.
The false inspector, he was a real piece of other work. Piece of other work. Oh, God. He was a real piece of other work. Hi, Capo.
What happened?
Oof, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do, huh? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape to the ventilatore.
Can you blame him? Orientation, bien sûr. Bien sûr.
Wait, bien sûr? Wait, we did this already, didn't we?
Sure.
Okay.
We chased them, bien sûr, and we caught them again.
Can you blame us?
Yes.
Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you?
Zots! What do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught all of them again and took him back to the room.
Wow, this guy. What is that face? Like, look at his mouth move. I'm pretty sure this very short man is having an orgasm on the stand.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong? Ivy? They really did give him the Super Mario jump. Something Mr. DeRousseau just said seemed to make you, seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. Does he have a usual already? Cavallo! At times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from a personal experienza. One of those pronunciations. Personal experience?
That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more.
The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League and planned into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. Smile. It's a shame you didn't manage it. The capo here, he came after me like the turbine, huh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, I capo.
Not what I know. Bruises, you say?
Ah, you want to see, huh? You want to see my fantastical bruises?
That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you.
That's kind of true. What to do, huh? I assure you I don't. I assure you I don't. Again, we're sure he's an adult male, right? And not a child, because then you could add child abuse on top of. Well, he does spin, which is more like the shoulder you can come down.
You do, now.
Lord, if anybody wants to see it, then I do it.
Why are you so excited? Oh, where have we seen another person that looked like they had been strangled? $25 sandwich. Oh, look at that right there.
Echo, you see? It's still very visible, huh?
That red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house?
See, the couple sometimes isn't very enough.
That's us enough. Pino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. Okay, now I don't believe him. Yes, what is your opinion, Counsel? About this red ring around Mr. DeRossi's neck? I wonder if it's matter. Mr. DeRossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck.
Hi, couple. You see? Everyone's interested in what I have to say, huh?
Ugh. Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi.
TC, if you really want to know.
He's so proudly showing it. The problem is that I can't...
Hold it!
Are you saying...
See, a big collar made from the leather.
A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. DeRusso?
What? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. It was a souvenir from that time with a very strong chain.
Strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck?
I'm sorry, I'm so angry that he was leaving me alone. You did not have to tie the chain to the leg of the bed, though, huh?
You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat to the people and equal, is the couple here's motto, huh?
It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden.
The couple is tough, but the couple is rough.
Ugh, I shouldn't have done it. So the following morning, when you released the inspector,
he had a red ring around his neck, just like me.
Pepinos, s'il vous plaît, leave it now.
Oh, you know, huh? The couple here, you wouldn't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad.
He doesn't look like he has a red ring around his neck. I mean, the collar's up, though.
Objection!
So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was an invitation to stay. It was only.
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck.
Ah, but that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off of the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have.
Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi.
Indeed, that's most peculiar.
But we tell you, we say this from the beginning, many times,
Wait, Peppino's right. The man in the photograph is someone different to the man we had captive at night.
Order, order, order! So this is interesting.
So if it was really gossip, the problem is that
Gossip's testimony established that he was the first one to the scene. And he ran in there, and then the what's-her-face ran in after him. Beppo did not run in after, though. It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? Wait, why is he objecting to that? Wasn't that our argument, that he had this stolen and couldn't report it because he was dead already? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. Well, that was a self-own, and we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. Were the real Inspector Gregson, whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real Inspector Inspector's identification?
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation. It's for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo, because those are the facts. The facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie, even when they point to something so incredible it's almost undeniable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment, revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious.
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth that your apparent that I can't read today. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi? Well, it seems incredible, I admit. The undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? Yeah, no shit.
See, that's alright. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the cap will drag him from a pillar to a post with a dog collar.
Mon Dieu!
Peppino, I was not so Irish as you say, huh?
Now, who was that the false inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witness encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson?
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that, what was his name? Goose? Gary? Gossip, that was his name. One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by. What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witness, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Ah! See?
See, this man is not the red-headed league, eh? See, this man is not for the red-headed league, eh? He's looking for the twisted lip league, no?
This is a funny face for, like, making a really bad joke. Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. Seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising. So, like, if he had already killed Gregson, and he had hit him, is he working in concert with the girl, or did he like just use the opportunity of that bang to like run up there and be like, oh my god, oh, gunshot, now he's dead, oh man, what happened? It'll be interesting. I noted something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising. What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Order, order, bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom, immediately! With immediate effect! It's just dirt, I assure you. Well, I never. Undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside it. Dude, just say it's dirt, because you are dirty as fuck. What's going on here, eh? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, isn't it? It's kind of funny how often that gets used as an excuse. It's a birthmark. The bad pun dog from a decade ago. Wow, has it really been that long? Bad pun dog's awesome. You mean one who's like, yeah, we have that emote in our Discord. I should commission Tal to. Tal's the one that made the missile. The missile kek. I wonder if I can commission him to do missile pun. Yeah, he even did it for free because it was just, like I told him initially I'd agreed to pay for it, but after he's done, he's like, "No, don't. Like, you don't have to pay me anything. It was this was a great exercise in doing an animal for the first time, which he doesn't really have any experience with. Of course, I tipped him anyways because tip for good work, right? Yeah. So you make the husky one, but then make it look a little more like Missile. I wonder if that would look dumb though, just because the Shiba's more like, the husky's a little thinner than the Shiba. Shiba. So like maybe it wouldn't look as good. It'd be great if he could do Lucy like that, but Lucy's admittedly very... She seems like she would be very difficult to recreate. Yeah, he does, which helps with his... Because it's like, it's a big fucking smile. Something to consider, though. Think about it. We need something for bad jokes. We just need to get 15 more, 15 more members in general, so that we can add another emote. One really cool thing about Twitch is that they tell you your emote usage. I don't think YouTube does that. I really wish it would. I think one change I'm going to make is I'm going to switch out the SOG Pog for the what's his face Pog that we made, the juror, who's like, oh, I love that Pog face. It's really neat. Was it really? I did not know that. Here, let me, I'll just post the picture. We have this as an emote in our Discord already. I want to get an AA character that looks like this, though. Like, this is what I really want. I don't know who would best fit the Leo face. I love the Leo face might be like my, if not my favorite, in my top 3 favorite memes of all time. Here it is. Oh, Lord. That's pretty good, right? I mean, they're both Pog faces. I just think his is hilarious. Like, that's the closest to a Pog face I've ever seen in Ace Attorney. Oh, shit. Like this. Oh my god! But they gotta look at each other. Oh lord, that sounds awful. Well, generally, Lynn, I have found it to be indicative of having a small penis. So, I mean... personally. That's my mind personally. It's not about the volume, but what you do to make yourself stand out. They really want to stand out because of the aforementioned penis envy. I assume the reason you've been called to the stand has been explained to you? Some about an inspector again, but I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it? Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. Russo, Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do I have any choice? Yes, you do. I mean, only one choice if you don't want a super fucking harsh punishment. We are in big trouble, I couple. That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. No, fuck. The man whose claims of being inspectors that day was definitely not this man.
That's right, see? You think we will forget these grand lips, huh?
They never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? It is something that needs to be addressed. It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What have I been telling you, huh? There is no need for this pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... Brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Got the same hair.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain?
There is no need to urge your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, no? Because I have never before seen lips like this.
Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck, and it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar.
Mon Dieu. With your words, it is like you tried to wring my neck.
Does look very much like my neck, though, eh?
No, this is the birthmark, lad. The biggest slips in London and a neck to die for. They broke the mold when they made me.
It was the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have been born with red hair.
I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. You maintain that you've never seen this man before.
Oui, c'est ça. I swear to by the flames of my hair.
So my fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now. Has it?
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. That's what I'm saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat, how did Fabian call it? An eclair. I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it is a national trait. Nationale trait. Huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have the grand lips.
No, lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street, and I've never left.
Oof, this is the problem, see? So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip?
Now, how many times you want me to say it, eh?
Hold it!
So you heard of the Red-Headed League, had you?
You don't get named like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich to cough up for you.
Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts.
Who knows?
Wow, what is up with this chapter?
As you can see, my own hair is not gonna hit of red. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You'll catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRusso.
Oui? Can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something.
To be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes.
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms.
But no, you're mistaken, chub. You never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before. Mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face.
No, the captain was right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes.
With notes?
Like I said, that wasn't me.
I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the paper.
And what name was written? Mr. Gossip?
No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, he has a name. It's Hugh Boone, huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see?
No!
That's a bombshell.
I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street. That's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life.
Indeed. It is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I should respect your your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections.
Absolutely. Are you fucking kidding me? Records are under seal anyways.
Sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance in this case. Because your memory is absolute ass.
Good gracious, you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. If you had been paying any goddamn attention at all.
Well, I never. In what capacity?
You Boone.
I wasn't asking the women over there. Can one of the men tell me? God, turning into a kangaroo court.
The name of the leaseholder of the room.
Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking.
Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh?
So your real name is Hugh Boone?
Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse.
I thought it was expensive. Or they said it was mildly expensive. This is the most chapter yet.
You do?
Once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street.
I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time.
Aye, if I am as the vulgar, it is not me.
Sink again, Peppino.
Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as anyone else is concerned. No fuss.
It is a coat for sure. It is a coat. This chapter's coded.
You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone, if that is your real name.
If I must. The leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. It has been here under our noses all along. So, you live in that room, presumably, do you?
Oh, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk.
Then why would you want to rent it?
Well, I don't think I should have to say, really.
Then how about the notice board in there? If I were the judge, I'd compel him to answer. Although, again, he could plead the 5th Amendment in the United States if he wanted to, which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to.
Oh no, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me. The desk and the chair and that.
Okay, so that pretty much confirms that he is in fact this man, considering he had his wife's picture on the table. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room?
Well, obviously, I'm not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
Seems to me that Mr. Boone would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. So it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man. So I don't know how they want me to go about this. It feels like I might be a step ahead of the game, but maybe not. Maybe I'm supposed to realize it at this point. This is wrong.
Objection!
You have no kinfolk, as you put it. And explain why it is that among the spare furnishings we found this photograph in the room. I presume as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Oh, well.
Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. That is not good. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. And hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Good. Witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be...
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No, please, no.
Oh, you better speak up, bruh. Very well, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler, who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? I guess, is it Dally or Daily? I don't know. Doesn't matter. You fucking you're caught up. You're caught up. It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective, asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Vigil. What? I didn't get that. That one's pretty straightforward, too. I just wasn't paying attention. Okay, so it is Daily. Thank you. From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And Last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Excuse me. What I'm talking about? Really?
No, you just hold on a minute. I have the faintest idea of
What I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please.
Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once. Mr. DeRusso, Mr. DeRossi, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. I can't impress upon you strongly enough how insane that is. The judge is having witnesses on the stand who are criminals themselves and have basically admitted to as much, restrain the other witness on the stand. That is batshit insane. And I am 100% here for it. Yes, violent criminals, in fact, who have already kidnapped the guy once. Yeah, just look at this face. Just look at his face. That dude is terrified.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. I only got like 2 hours sleep last night because my fucking sinuses were killing me all day.
Or all night, I should say. Sinus pressure. Blech. So I finally remembered that I had medication to relieve sinus pressure. That didn't happen until around 4 a.m. Well, I mean, even the short guy can just grab his legs. This is legit crazy. And while I would never condone this in real life, in this game, it's pretty awesome. So that's interesting. Would there be a case of justified self-defense? No, because it was ordered by the court. Well, actually, I take that back. It would be... what you would say in his case is that it was justified self-defense because the court had no right to order it in the first place. So it wasn't lawfully done. Because you'd have to clear that barrier too. Because if you're being restrained by police officers fighting them back isn't justified self-defense. At least it's just never going to be seen by the court that way. They're never going to see it that way. Now, if there are circumstances where in theory it should happen, and it should be considered as much, yes. Yes, there is. But I'm saying in terms of like what we've seen, in reality, is that you're probably never going to get away with that defense for fighting back. This is different though, because the court is having two people that should not be able to do. The court's making an illegal command here. So, in front of another court, you might have grounds to say, well, this court didn't have the authority to do what it did, and thus I had the right to fight back. Given the two identities of the people that were attempting to restrain me. That's just the judge taking things into his own hands. Now that's different. I'm actually not sure. Could the judge restrain someone in a way that a bailiff could? I think they can. I'm not 100%. This is pure speculation on my part. Just in the idea of the judge's capacity and their standing in government, I would think that they would be able to do that. You don't see them do it because that's really, it's even more, it's more dangerous for a judge to do it than a bailiff. Not the least of which because the dude is going to be way more pissed at a judge than it's going to be than they're going to be at the bailiff. Lack of equipment, whatever else. That's true. He has to play the organ. But no, these are some interesting fringe scenarios. A lot of it's speculation on my part because these are not things that are talked about very often. I would actually have to do some like legit illegal, legal analysis, and that's we don't have time for that. But very interesting. Just don't get yourself in a situation where you have to do this because there's no guarantee that any of those arguments will save you. It's the arguments I'd probably make if I were in that situation.
No! Stop! Get off! Don't!
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witness, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but...
See, this is no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park.
Extraordinary! On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Grayson, who appeared before Mr. DeRousseau and Mr. DeRossi in the park, was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why? You would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become.
Lynn, I know. Lynn's created their own running joke, like chat running jokes. That still warms my heart. Less. Oh, it was. Well, then I'm glad that I chose that voice, since it's fitting.
As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay's chief warden came to an end.
He's so depressed.
Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
Your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her.
At this point, honestly, if I'm his wife, you managed to fool me for 10 years? I'm kind of impressed.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her.
The man with the twisted lip? Well, that makes sense. Wow, well done, Gabe. Hey, Auntie. How is your name pronounced? Is it Auntie or Auntie? I feel like I thought I knew, and then now I'm thinking about it again, and I'm like, I'm not actually sure I do.
I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
And T like that?
Aunt T.
I could call you Andy. That's fine too. I don't want to have to call you something that isn't your name, but if that's what you're okay with. Hugh Boone's from the story itself. Gotcha. That's good to know. The scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler.
Why did I said that word really weird.
A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler.
I think I like put the two words together.
and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine.
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place?
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
Okay, one thing I find really annoying, it's not, if you're looking at it from the average gamer person playing this game, it's not really that big of a deal. Because this sort of detail isn't necessarily as explained strictly as it normally, like, or as I know it to be. But if these court proceedings were under seal, this is a closed case, his wife and children would never have found out about it. At least if they haven't found out about it now, they weren't going to find out about it later, if this is all supposed to be a closed hearing. Oh my god. Isn't that when memes start to infiltrate your religious practices? So, that's a good question. In my personal experience, everyone is made well aware of that. In fact, it's done as a sort of encouragement. Like, hey, you can tell us the truth. These records are under seal. And they can only be looked at later for good cause. But it's possible that in this circumstance, in the way they're doing it, he was not informed of that. So again, like I said, from the average player, this isn't really a big deal, and you could make that assumption, but as somebody that has operated under many closed hearings, it's just something that annoys me personally. And if not his actions, then the fact that he didn't know that he was not made aware of that, would also then be annoying. It's just, it might shift then between whether I, blame him for wasting my time or blame the court itself. Somebody behind the camera started laughing. Yeah, can't blame him.
I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything.
Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. He must have been acting as an informant. Very true. You have kept your family in comfort, despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I'd invented Boone and began my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
You mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity.
Then one day, he asked me if I could carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orsi's tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. Don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if I end up a croaker.
In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went, as instructed, to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. Armed with the inspector's identification book. It actually makes a lot of sense, too. That the inspector would utilize him that way, not just because he was formerly a chief warder. So it's somebody the inspector probably felt some amount of kinship with. But also because he disguised himself on a daily basis. So he would make sense to, use in this way. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Osogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh, goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What? Order, order, order!
It would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Ugh. Hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness.
Kazuma?
What question, counsel?
What question, counsel?
Concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time.
10 years ago. Execution of the professor, Genshin Asogi.
I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Objection relevance. Not that I'd actually do that as the defense, because I want it to go on as long as possible. But if I were the judge, I'd be like, what does this have to do with anything?
Oh! Answer me, man.
'Cause this is like his personal thing.
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Yeah, I think that has to be asked by the judge. Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur, counsel?
Yes, very much so. Yes, haha, Kazuma, haha, excellent. You're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Probably because you're talking about your dead father.
Poor Kazuma-sama, no wonder he's acting this way. Sir Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father.
I know, I do understand that, but even so. Prosecutor Asogi, you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death?
Why the fuck are you? Just say yes, I concur.
Like, this shouldn't even be a question coming out of Rinosuke's mouth. You should just say, yes, I concur. I need you to trust me, please. Words that will never be uttered by a prosecutor to a defense attorney in court. I need you to trust me, please. Very well, the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten?
I'm sorry to say yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? No, 10 years ago is a long time, but you've forgotten the reason why he left such an important job.
Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection.
Sorry? The human spirits? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. The seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
But I really don't... Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. Right, now I understand. It's clear. It means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Why? Okay, so I'm gonna say, but why wouldn't I? No, I'll just sit here and do nothing. Oh, and then we lose. Okay. Do it. Do it. No idea how this is going to go. This is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Again, Not true. I will reiterate that till the end of time. That is not the duty of a defense attorney. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this, evidence that clearly contradicts your version of the events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. Oh, there's been some mistake, I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. 17th of June? It's perfect for this, like, he's slowly remembering something that he had locked away. Was that the professor's execution? Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life? In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them out. Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison, it was complete chaos. Prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order. Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head,
It's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles, about a man who'd seen a ghost.
Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
Does this judge actually have the shortest memory of all time? We were just in a trial that unraveled the events behind what happened when he was shot. And what happened around there? Oh, surely the reports must be exaggerated. We know what happened. It was testified to. In front of you. Not that long ago. Why even put that line in there? It just makes him look like an idiot. Completely unnecessary. He doesn't need to ask anything. He already knows the answer to the question. And if he already knows the answer to his question, there's no reason for him to ask. Well, and that's why all judges should have term limits. Shouldn't be allowed to rule on the law if you're senile. That is bafflingly bad. Bafflingly. Yeah. Oh, I see.
There were traces at the scene.
Yeah, papers said the man had seen a ghost. We are already aware of that. We've been through that step by step. The papers, how they got the information, who the man was, what he actually saw. There's like no reason for him to say that. He doesn't even need to comment there. If he's just commenting on the story, it's just unnecessary. Also true, Maxim. Although they have term limits, there should probably also be age limits. Oh, Twain, that's ageist. Yeah, well, to some degree, yeah. We make people retire at 65, but we allow people who are in their late 70s to run a country and be judges on the Supreme Court? Nah. Oh, yeah, I mean, I still like him more than Udgy, because Udgy's just the fucking worst. But, like, this is so, it's so weird to put that line there.
Traces of what?
Traces of what? Traces of what?
Millgate Cemetery. Plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warden abetted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape.
You did what?
I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
I'm sorry, Daly. This is a serious business. I cannot help you now. As Chief Warder, you're responsible for overseeing the execution of four, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over.
Ah! Stands to reason that remembering something like that all at once might cause your mind to just,
Order, bailiff! Fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day, once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean.
Why is the recap now having a voiceover? We didn't do it most of the game.
Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Cosima, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Would be good for ASMR. Does have a good voice for that. A nice soothing voice. He'd be great to listen, like, doing an audiobook. I bet he's done an audiobook before, the VA. Still can't quite believe what just happened.
I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover.
Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, it's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. You and Cosmo. Yeah, you forced it out into the open of a closed court. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder?
Bruno!
Oh, Iris.
You're miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you. Can you possibly put some whiskey in here, too?
Right away! You and Susie have had an exhausting day You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh.
Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. You happen to know where Mr. Scholz is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave.
What if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death?
Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. Well, the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
Knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave it alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
That's what I like about Hurley, after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. I must leave now. My people need me. I'm so glad that became a meme, because I always thought that was fucking hysterical. Like the way they had him, like the cell animation just. Oh, that whole episode is fucking brilliant. Ugh. Well, that's an interesting way to spell welcome. Okay. All right then. Apparently everyone here has created their own language that I know nothing about and cannot read, so I will just move along.
So then, let's have tea and then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last. With barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Now, I always hide Hurley's victim.
The victim, God. That's the kick your keyboard with your head language. We call it kicks.
You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Victims? What was that? Is that a slip? What about his victims again? Poor Mr. Scholz.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Should we tell her that her dad's dead yet? Like, we've really been holding on to this information for a long time.
Now, how did it go in court this morning?
Oh, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody!
Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well.
Oh, really?
And there was another development, too. Cosmo.
Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean,
At the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. It's very similar to Edgeworth's pursuit of Adrian Andrews' testimony. Difference being that Edgeworth was simply looking for the truth, whereas Cosmo has a more personal motive. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Cosmo and try to understand what he's going through. Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, and Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious.
There's still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it was all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then why was that notice board in there covering all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
Oh my!
Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
Perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Does anybody volunteer to take a 5-minute timeout?
Congratulations!
Anybody? Thank you, Lynn. That's appreciated. I volunteer as CJ.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Perhaps you just shouldn't do that at all.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
Alright, so we gotta go to the prison. We're gonna go to the coroner's office.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
Well, Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one?
St. Sinners, because that's the only one we ever go to. Ah, it's St. Sinners. You know,
fewer backgrounds to draw and all that. Starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
That's amazing, Reno! You found the lady's husband already!
Well, I suppose I have, by accident. 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration.
No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Oh, sometimes I really don't want to grow up. You adults are so hideously evil people.
There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
Impersonate Banksy? But why?
He just takes she's diligent at taking notes. And Trep is 16. So I mean, seems fine. What's going on with Lit? So Rinosuke made that very bad joke, and I just had to time someone out as punishment for his bad joke, and Lynn so nobly volunteered. A tribute. Okay, well, while she's going off, I had planned on making coffee once we were ready to change scenes. I'm gonna go do that right quick right now, so I'll be back in like, how long does it take for that? 3, 4, 5 minutes, something like that. We'll take a bathroom break.
question. This is really just for my fellow Americans in chat. I know international individuals aren't generally coffee heathens like we can be. So for any of my American viewers right now that are that have a Keurig, how often do you change your the water that you fill? I do it daily. I feel like that's appropriate, but I've never really thought about it. So we have something called a Keurig. Keurig, I think. And what happens with this thing is that you take K-cups, which are like the ground stuff or whatever, you put it into this little slot, and then it pours the coffee in for you. E before you, Keurig. And obviously it takes from the water, heats the water up, and then uses the water and the elements within the K-cup to produce your coffee. Indeed, those nonsenses. For those of us that use those nonsenses, how often do you change the water? Curious. Why did I give what you said a Russian accent? Like, villain. Yes, hello, I am American, definitely. Well, it doesn't empty every time you use it, though. And it has like a max fill. But even with the max fill, the full, like, if you use the largest size, it doesn't use up all the water. Have gun. Is that a dig because I'm American? Let's see how it is in here. All right, take it easy, Amir. Go have yourself a nice sleep. Well, right. That's why I wasn't asking you. It's specific. I even think Trep having one is kind of surprising to me. So I specifically asked my American viewers. I wouldn't expect the international viewers to have such a, sacrilegious approach to coffee. It was a typo, but it's also on purpose. Well, exactly. Gotta shoot the hurricanes as much as possible. So the capsules are the coffee, but you put you put water into this thing that heats up, and then it uses the water with the coffee to produce the coffee. The one we have is pretty big, though. Like, it's not just a one per cup. Or you pour the water in, you get your cup. You could, in theory, that thing could probably fill a dozen cups, I'm guessing. Or more. Depending on the sizes. Like, I can go make another one with the same water. I have absolutely no idea.
Jenny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now.
That's rich.
Including you, Runo.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. Doesn't mean you're not up to no good. It just means you haven't paid anybody to impersonate you.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinners, then.
Oh, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows! Oh, Iris. You've been more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
Oh no, this is an actual gun now. It has a metal bullet in it that's propelled by gunpowder. It's stuffed full of piping hot extra special blend of mine.
Oh, that sounds dangerous.
I'm quite sure it will be very effective in harming people.
Better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes!
They could have, and I wouldn't have called them out on it, because it's not like that technique isn't used by other games and shows and whatever. I don't know about you, but I've been to quite a few hospitals in my time. A lot of the rooms look really similar. No matter which one I've been to. I mean, they'd still really hurt. You propelled them with gunpowder. Okay, so that's interesting. They just marked it off. Okay, so I don't know. Okay, so yeah, we should go to the prison first. That was a spot-on hint.
Von Van Zix is reading. Look. Doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed we're here, surely. I can hear you. What do you Nipponese want? I know that's how I get addressed from my clients. Jesus Christ. What do you biracial mutts want? Because Waterloo is more than just a toilet. It's also a location. A very important location in European history. That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? I suppose not. Perhaps not. Huh? I apologize. So what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zix, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
It does feel very, very strange. Ah. Well, then yes, I am the fool. I must say I was impressed. Oh, really? Thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. Yep, I certainly had nothing to do with any of that. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? Besides, it's kind of badass, don't you think? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
Ah! It's a whole organization?
Well, of course, how can one person be the one doing it? Are you serious? It's inconceivable that all of those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone that you can't mean.
Like, we know who it is, right? It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in the Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
No!
Okay, that I don't believe. As at least is the central figure. Gregson, the Reaper? So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. Key member, okay, but not central figure.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregson, that he's behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. That would be stupid.
Oh, well that makes it okay then.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Virgil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name.
You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or, I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Asashin. Asashin.
What? Wait, what? Sheen?
Miss Asashin, the true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. That woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey?
Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not. Can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father.
Asashin. I should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree. I guess it'd be Asashin.
It would be interesting because since she was killed,
Natsume has gotten off and hasn't died. McGilded was killed by some. We already know who killed McGilded. Gina was found innocent, not killed. What's his fuck was the hairbrain was found innocent and not killed. Natsume again. Hitler. Kira. That's true. She also wasn't in the country, though. Although I suppose she was in the country, when he was a witness, so they were in the country at the same time, but I'm not sure she had any knowledge of... It's questionable as to whether she had any knowledge of his actual trial and shit. I've played both investigation games, yes. I need to say that one out loud to know what you're getting at, but I also don't want to be owned. Which is interesting because I was still reading it as though it was a Japanese name. I do remember Dead Man, yes. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. Except when he did miss something, and he was going, "No! What? What do you mean?" Although, in his defense, most of those circumstances were because we had information he didn't. Although I do think there was one part where he just didn't get what we were saying, and he should have been able to. It's a coat, I told you guys. Chapter of all time. Yeah, now he's overdoing the compliments. Like, dude, reel it back. You either insult or like give compliments to the point of them being actually false. So let's find the middle ground. How about that? The truth. In fact, he just keeps going, doesn't he? In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Flawless, okay. Genshin Asogi, professor. It's true that the aristocracy of the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. Pistek? Thank you for the sub. Oh man, I gotta finish this. I'll show you guys. I've been stuck on this for a while just because I keep forgetting to...
This is why is it not showing up on the... That's weird. That's really strange. Why isn't the window accurately reflecting? Alright, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Play like that. I'll just capture the display. Alright, so this is my new... But I have to yell subscription. Otherwise, what's the point? So I need to add that voice clip in there before I can use it. Was it loud? It wasn't loud to me. That's weird. Because I have... Oh. Could be why. It's actually have my headphone volume kind of down. Mobby. But yeah, I'd work out the volume before uploading it, obviously. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, economics, and war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. That's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zeeks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? You were doing so well. You were doing so well. So well. That could be. Just unfortunate happenstance. In any case, like I said, I'm obviously gonna work out the volume. The stuff I upload, like that Daisy thing, for example, or the Zelda thing, for example, they either tend to be too loud or too soft when I first upload them, but then I can kind of fiddle with it on Streamlabs. I can fiddle with the volume. No. You still don't say... Let's say my sister was killed by... Let's say my sister was killed by a black person. I would not say, it would not be okay for me to still say, why'd that damn black have to go and kill her? No, that's not alright. That's not okay. That's, yeah, exactly. He has other characteristics, and we know how he uses the word already. I do not forgive this. In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? I like this. This seems very much like a... This reminds me of a Final Fantasy Tactics esque theme. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. What's to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So yes, as a half black person, that's what I always used to think when I was younger. But the thing is, like, you look at it now and it kind of makes sense insofar as when you generally refer to brown now, it can actually mean any number of minorities that share that same skin color characteristic. So it works, at least in a way that's distinguishing between, you know, although that's more of an after the fact sort of thing. But I mean, it's kind of just the society commented on itself by, you know, why do we see things as black and white, even though none of those people are actually either of those colors? It's a flawed way to look at things from the beginning. They even admitted it themselves, they just didn't realize it. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. That was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
That's Van Zieks, alright, we got him.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. Just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you? If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. This distinguished gentleman. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. Like, I mean, it's pretty much confirmed, well, all but confirmed at this point that he wasn't actually the one that committed all those crimes, right? It was somebody else. Which, you know, they kind of, like, sow the seeds slowly. Distinguished Dilf? Yeah, I'd say so. He would definitely fall into the smash category. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. Next thing I knew, there was silence all around. They were still standing there, but nobody was moving. And then he did this weird thing where his sword was out, or he was slowly putting his sword back into its sheath. And then, at the very last moment, sheathed it incredibly hard. And once that happened, it was like the force of the sheathing caused all the rest of the people around us to simply fall to their deaths. I'd never seen anything like it. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I had held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. Lacking that Oxford comma, Susato, I'm telling you, it's gonna fuck you someday.
Wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. The assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information.
Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray!
Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Burp, 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 burp. I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. A wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. An unexpected pleasure.
Ah, Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady. And you are? Yikes! You said your father's who now? Urgh. Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, are you?
That's me! Iris Wilson at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend of me over the last year, you know.
Oh, Miss Wilson, I must say, I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
Hee You're such a charmer!
Wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you admitted the bicosma at the end there. No, he didn't. He didn't.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who pressed me.
Really? Oh yeah, that's right. Forgot you all can read minds in your family.
You didn't miss a step against Sasuke. We all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so, and really nice to hear.
I needed that pick-me-up.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course.
Shall we? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Judge Jigoku. Man, I can't believe I haven't fallen asleep at my desk, to be honest. Alright, I'm gonna get my food lined up real quick so that it's here by the time I'm done streaming, because I am fucking starving. Food is good, food is great. It's one of the few things that continues to warm my heart. Bless.
I actually think they did a good job of, like, he's still the same, but like, and he doesn't look old, but he does look weathered. Like here. Versus here. Like, besides the scar, he doesn't really look old. He just looks like he's been through some shit. Ski Mask the Slump God. Thank you for the sub. Well, wait, is it the Elon Musk? No. So I was pointed out, something was pointed out to me a few weeks ago that I never noticed, and that was Elon Musk smiles with a frown. It is super weird, and I'm pretty sure this happens more often than I think it does. Because I feel like that's not the first time I've seen that. But like when you describe it that way, you're like, what? What? It's like, yeah, you can tell that he's smiling, but he's also frowning. Oh, did we talk about that on stream? That doesn't surprise me. Completely forgot about that.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dark dock today, that was Beric, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe.
Yeah, no shit. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard, but the truth is, it wasn't him beyond all those mysterious deaths, it was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you say Assassin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed? What is his name exactly?
Professor Mikatoma, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway.
Well, how the fuck is she supposed to find out? I agree this isn't ideal, but like, you've had the opportunity to break it to her in a much softer fashion, and you have not. This is on you. Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest. Normally we were like, okay, yeah, we talked about this, you know, whatever, and then, you know, it comes like, oh yeah, I remember that conversation. I don't remember at all a conversation about the anatomy of a smile in the slightest, and that kind of concerns me. Yeah, it's a good thing she can't read minds.
I just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits!
That was rather out of the blue.
He's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes! You just try to leave me behind.
Do they mean biscuits as in cookies? Because I could go for some actual biscuits right now.
There's this restaurant in town that you wouldn't think it'd be known for having really good biscuits, but it has these honey buttered biscuits that are really fucking good.
That young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right. She's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. The name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father. Dr. John H. Wilson.
How's he your great friend and you didn't know he had a daughter?
I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Ume University 4 years ago. And he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett.
Don't you feel like an asshole for bringing him there?
Why? Why did the Hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not.
Man, what a twist it would be if Dr. John H. Wilson was the Reaper from the beginning. Or not the Reaper, but the professor. Yes, a Popeye's biscuit would be the analog of what I mean. I don't know if they do sell anything spinach related. I have not purchased it.
I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Oh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Right, Iris? We're here, Iris. So we should probably talk about something that doesn't involve, Iris.
Yeah, they're good. They're good, but like, the difference between biscuits you'll get at fast food places isn't really that. They're all about the same. To actually get one that tastes exceptional is rare.
Yeah.
What? Oh god, that damn woman. She's the reason I lost my top knot.
I haven't seen Judge Jakoku for a while, have you? Have you? You haven't seen Judge Jakoku in a while, have you?
Guilty.
That guilty is still ringing my ears, blah 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 blah. No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the great exhibition.
You would think he'd want to see this trial.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday about Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself.
Ah yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. A closed trial of Kazuma's father. Teichiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire for which he was charged.
Oh dear.
Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Fuck you assholes! Boom!
Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah yes. Talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
Oh, what a lovely picture.
It certainly seems to show we've arrived in Britain. Even though we very much were not wearing these clothes.
Oh dear. How is that gonna be a... Oh god, I got a bad feeling about this all of a sudden.
Jeez. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's so true.
So you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. When it is, I'd like you to accompany back to Japan. You want me to...
What? Father, what's the meaning of this?
Look at this face! Look at that face! She is miffed! Restaurant chains I'd recommend to a foreigner? So we have a place in the Midwest called Culver's that arguably has the best burger in the United States. It'd be either that or In-N-Out in terms of fast food burgers. But that's only in the Midwest. Dairy Queen's really good. I don't know how anybody can eat a Culver's burger and go, that wasn't anything special. Like, either way, the way those burgers are made, it should, like, something. It should be feeling something, because that sort of taste is either going to be great or it's going to be something you don't care for. Not something that it's like a, That's borderline shocking to me. Okay, but that's because Japan, their McDonald's has some crazy shit. All their fast food versions of what we have, they have some crazy shit, and I would want to go try that too. Carmello showed me some of their, like, weird-ass menu items, and I'm like, wow! I mean, the thing about Culver's is that they call it a butter burger. It's not a hamburger, it's a butter burger. Because they use a lot more butter. Or they use butter in general. And that is a taste. That's cool. It's like a regional thing. That's neat, actually. Anyways, back to her miffed face. That would be the one place I would recommend that you go in the Midwest. A lot of other stuff is just whatever. There's nothing specifically. I'd be more inclined to recommend faster food joints that are more like not really chains, but there might be like a few locations around my area or something like that. Like one of them that's really good is called JJ's Fish and Trep. Not JJ's Fish and Chicken. That shit's fantastic. They have this lemon pepper seasoning on their wings. That's just, oh my god. It is referred to around the area as crack. Like, that's the common lingo for it. Like, I could go talk to somebody I've never met before. I could go into the city, talk to somebody I've never met
in my life. We talk about JJ's like, oh, the crack. Yeah. Not that I'm aware of, CJ. If you want something that's like super, like, you want to eat something so ridiculously American in terms of it's going to make you feel like a fat fuck, you have Hardee's and Carl's, not Carl's Jr.? Is that the... Yeah. Hardee's / Carl's Jr. Depends on where you are. It's going to be called either Hardee's or Carl's Jr. Their food's really good, but holy shit, is it just packed with calories. Red Lobster, they have the best biscuits. The biscuits that we were talking about. They're famous for them. You can just buy them separately in stores here. I would also agree on the Outback Steakhouse. The bloomin' onion's really good. They take this really big onion and they like shred it open, so it's like bloomed. That's how they call it that. And it's fried. It's deep fried. And they give you really good sauce with it. Oh. It's so good. But the actual fish at Red Lobster and the rest of the food at Outback, isn't anything right home. Like, they're fine, but nothing amazing.
Father, what's the meaning of this? Now, Susanoo, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean the Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer.
I think, based on his experience, he would be better off. You leave him here for a little bit longer, and then you bring him into an like a bar administry role, like an oversight role, to help reform the system because he's very intimately involved in it. Not be a defense attorney. I think that's underutilizing his talents and his knowledge base.
As soon as possible, really quite urgently, in fact. But not even been in London a year yet. I've read all Susanoo's reports and well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs to be our one defense attorney.
So, you'd be leaving then, Runo?
Then, what am I supposed to do, Father? Oh, I didn't think about that. Guess you'll have to figure it out. You came here to serve as Asugi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. The government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation. You've always chosen your own path, Susanoo. I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion. You understand.
You didn't make it seem like it was a suggestion.
A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time the trial concludes.
Deep fried cornmeal balls? Isn't that a Hush Puppy? Oh yeah, Hush Puppies. I'm not a fan of, I love deep fried stuff. I'm not a huge fan of Hush Puppies because they don't really taste like anything to me. Maybe I've just had bad ones, but all the ones I've had before, it's just like, this is really plain, like... But again, it's entirely possible that I just not have had good ones before. Deep fried mushrooms, deep fried pickles, deep fried onions, onion rings, deep fried mushrooms, deep fried jalapenos, jalapeno poppers we call them. I mean, if you come to Wisconsin, we have a state fair that you literally go to try the weirdest shit that they have, and they always one-up themselves. Deep fried crickets, chocolate-covered bacon was a revelation. Let me tell you, I thought that shit was gonna be disgusting. Oh my god. Whew. They have this dill pickle pizza that's also really fucking... They have a lot of weird stuff. But yeah, try a deep fried cricket one time. And I don't mean like, oh, a cricket's another word for like a type of chip or something. No, an actual cricket. I know. I am, as much as you hear me complain about shit and like knock shit, I will try anything before I knock it. And I was like, that sounds awful, but I'll give it a try. And it was surprisingly good. That's how I can tell you that pineapple on pizza is bad, because I've had it. I don't just like say, oh, that sounds like a terrible. Why would anybody do that? It's disgusting. Well, how would I know unless I tried it? I've tried it. I was given, fuck, what was it? It's on my Facebook somewhere. But a friend suggested something specific on the pizza. He was like, have you tried it with this? Something spicy, I think. And I'm like, no, honestly, I haven't. He was like, try it with that and see if it changes your mind. At least insofar as pineapple on pizza with that specific ingredient. But I don't remember what it is, but I am intrigued. Anytime you're like, this is spicy, you'll get me interested in it. And I'll try it at least. It's not nice on pizza. No, it's not. At least not the Hawaiian iteration I've had. I don't time people out for saying they like pineapple on pizza. It's a food choice. I don't even time people out for saying they like orange, even though they're objectively wrong. Their opinion is objectively wrong. Yeah, Devin's right. You can get a different experience here. We do not have a Dairy Barn, surprisingly. At least in my area. It is not an attorney's badge. It's not the same one we have. Yeah, that's not the same crest. You microwave it with a glass of orange juice? I wouldn't suggest putting a glass of orange juice in microwaving pineapple on pizza. So I think I know what you're getting at. Also, you know what else sucks about pizza? Cold pizza. Cold pizza is might be the most overrated food in history. Everybody, cold pizza. Fuck that. Warm that shit up. It tastes way better. Way better. Warmed up than cold. Pizza sauce cold tastes awful. Yes, Trep. I agree. I mean, CJ, if you want to kill yourself, you go right ahead. But yeah, oranges are objectively terrible, as is the color orange. It's an objective fact. I don't think any cold pizza can taste good. I've never had cold veggie pizza, but I will tell you, the reason I think that is because The sauce itself is what tastes bad cold. So it doesn't matter what toppings you have. If the sauce itself is bad, the pizza's not going to taste good to you or to me. So I would have to try it with something other than marinara sauce or tomato sauce or whatever. Clip to cancel me. Do it. Nah. Warm and hot food is far superior to cold food. I want my drinks cold and my food hot. Yeah, that's what a dichotomy. Yes, all right.
You won't leave, will you, Bruno?
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Cosmo's will. It turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Yeah, but his will is really only to find out about his dad. Lol at warm sausages being bad. Talk about a wrong opinion. Salami? Yes. Yes. I agree with that. But other sausages, Polish sausages, bratwurst, pepperoni, all those taste significantly better hot than they do cold. Some of those are inedible cold. Peeps on a... Yeah, no thanks. Those are the same people that probably want to put candy corn on pizza. They want to see the world burn. Yeah, salami works best cold. 100% agreed. Peeps are those little, like, foam marshmallow chicks. Like, little chickens. They taste terrible. Well, that's because olives aren't great in general. Black olives especially. I like green olives. I do not like black olives. But yeah, no thanks to cold meatballs. No, thank you. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asa Shin. Of course, Father, thank you. Look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good, and please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. Best of luck tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Come back home? Dessert pizza is good, but you're not using like tomato sauce, right? You're usually using like chocolate or whipped cream or whatever, because the pizza dough is just bread dough. All right, dog, I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that. You know, Cosmo-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. That's a them problem. That's a Shin. Of course, it's so obvious.
How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Mr. Sholmes.
Ellie, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyways, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo,
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency.
Yeah, I'm not a huge marshmallow guy. I'll eat it with s'mores, like, fine, but I'm not, like, crazy about it. That is when they're best, is when you toast them. They taste significantly better toasted. Another situation where something being warm or hot is significantly better than it being cold. Hershey's chocolate kisses are bad in general. Hershey's chocolate by itself is not good.
To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Ah, well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan itself.
I see.
So you heard us talking about Asashin, but not the telegram thing that he was just talking about before? Okay.
Well, it looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
He had a mustache, not a beard. I don't think what my father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty, unshaven father to see if this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time. If you please, Miss Susan. All we can do is pray. That for once, my deduction is awry.
Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally... Now then!
You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind sets and eavesdrop on others' conversations. Settees and eavesdrop on others' conversations.
That's what joining us for tea meant.
I'll leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows.
Dude teleported. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes! I mean, classic pepperoni is really good. You are claiming it! Once you've had fresh-made English chocolate, nothing compares. That would include Swiss chocolate. Don't get me wrong. American chocolate can taste good, but not from... Like, the best American chocolate bars get their chocolate from elsewhere. Like the Oreo bar, or Bueno, whatever that's called. I've talked about this before. But like, you get like fudge and stuff. You can find places with really good chocolate that like make it themselves, but it's not gonna be the Hershey's of the world. Nah, that shit is trash. Oh, I agree with you completely. Fresh chocolate is... I'm sure that's part of the problem with Hershey's. Mass-produced, it's been sitting, like, preserved, like, all that contributes to it being subpar.
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
Actually, you know what? My food's here, so we're going to call it a day there. I'm surprised I was able to get through 4 hours and 20 minutes. Blaze it! A hankering for a plain-ass bar of Hershey's? You, sir... Did I say? Yeah, I did. We'll double tap it. Always double tap. You, sir, are a monster. But I appreciate your hard work. All right, everyone, I'll be back on Friday, but we're not doing this on Friday. We're Friday's going to be Members Day. I will be coming back to it next week. So, no Ace Attorney on Friday, but next Monday we will. Okay? Sound good?
I see what you did there.
And for Members Day, people should definitely get Fall Guys ready. Maybe we'll do some Knockout City. Forget what the other thing was. But I'm going to try to avoid Jackbox on Friday, since we generally always do. Rocket League. Thank you, Trep. And ready your cowboy accents, yes. Yes. All right, everyone, have a good one. Until next time, stream is adjourned.
We'll end it here. We'll end it here.
I also was like, what?
Fragrant